しいな楽しいなお化けは逆も試験も何もないゲゲゲゲゲのゲみんなで歌おうゲゲゲのゲゲゲゲゲゲのゲ夜は赤羽れるのかい楽しいな楽しいなお化けは死なない病気も何にもないゲゲゲゲのゲみんなで歌おうゲゲゲのゲみんなで歌おうゲゲゲのゲ Alright, everything seems to be up and running. Okay. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Last we left off, we were investigating the murder of the pawn shop owner who we had met the day prior. I had intended to get to the trial, but the investigation portion is quite long. We'll probably get to the trial today, like after the investigation, the last of it, I think. And hopefully we can at least get through all of that. Pieces of it are just longer than the previous games, I think, and so it's throwing off the timing a bit. Oh well. I'll open up the game and we'll get into it then. This is... There it goes. Okay. Enter the game. Okay. Oh. Let's just get into it. Right, we were in part 4 of the investigation. th of April, 1:26 p.m., Windibank's Pawnbrokery. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? Does it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship. How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
Oh, lovely. Oh, let's see now. Yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship.
Wouldn't it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then?
Do as you please. You know where it happened, through that door behind the counter.
Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina.
Turn that down a bit. Just on my end. Right. Well, I'll be getting back to business then.
Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector?
I'm
honest, I need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through. It's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. What I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, Sunshine. Come then. Let us not waste any more time. Let us not waste any time. Oh yes, but there's clearly some things in here. Like, what? No? There's the article ledger here, and Mr. Windibank's notes, and... What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh! Look on the back! There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie, show us! February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited, 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th of April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. Let's say as Mr. Windibank, just use whatever piece of paper you happen to have on hand. You happen to have to hand. Kitty. This photograph of a cat. It looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure we've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. We got it here. Just found a couple of copies of them, I suppose. Where did we find that? Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the exact same as... It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. What are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out. Alright, let the cogs turn. Yes, they are exactly the same. Actually at very slightly different angles, presumably meant to be used in that 3D image thing. I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really, really, really want to know? I think that's not her voice. Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. So, Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What's this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between the two identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints. Oh well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs. It's meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Oh, yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there. Yes, of course, that magical machine that makes the pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What, really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful, then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Sure. Have you ever considered, Reno, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just open them, and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye, are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly! And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So, if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints? Yes, Reno, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can? Really? That's right. See if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh, yes, I'm dying to have a go. Sato-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you all do that? Cross my eyes. I think I can. Watch me. Watch me and see if you can copy. Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. You ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Silly. There, how's that? Wonderful! Now it's your turn, Reno. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Easy as I know. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runo. I'm just going to have to give it a try, I suppose. The print split into two images for you. Now the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then to try crossing your eyes again. The print should slowly merge together until they form a new single image in the center. Yes! It works! I can see it in the middle now. Well, it doesn't work if you're showing me. It looks so real! Oh, I could look at it all day. You're going to get a headache with your eyes like that. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. That kind of works. A little blurry, but it does seem to be functional. Pretend you're looking through two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like, this is it. Yeah, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So, what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get into the knack of viewing them properly. Though, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist. People who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Then set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back and it's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I never even heard of them until yesterday. You've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Second white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. Okay, let's get looking around at other things. You don't care about this stuff on the floor? Is there anything else on the desk? That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me. Clearly, Mr. Windibank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. That's a music box. Yeah, do you have them where you come from, Runa? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful song, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy while the policemen in the room were giving it fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. I can talk to them. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the guard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface. Crime and pawnbrokers. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's like a copper's worst nightmare, you know. Crime and pawnbrokers. Okay. We have various things on the shelf. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? It's a decent enough decoration, should you want horse. Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you alright, Runa? Oh, it's just, well, looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them, even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Look here! Oh, yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Well, Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Right, something like that. Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole?
Blood? Really weird splatter. It doesn't appear to necessarily be related to the bullet itself, I'll be honest. April 16th, so it got turned over. Maybe. It's torn weird. That could just be because it got shot. No, I guess it would be because there's... Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. Must have happened after midnight then.
I may well be able to help with that.
Because the guy said he changes it over at midnight every day.
What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see. When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh, no, what is that scary-looking thing? Marley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. Yeah, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at. A flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it, isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great. So, whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... Just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to in a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2. This could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record. The blood sample has been entered into the court record. A sample of blood analyzed with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns different colors. So cool. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have re-age in life, sure.
Oh, you have something different to say than these guys.
This officer's been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here.
Keep it down!
Oh, sorry.
There's a major clue just here.
Really? We must tell Gregsy at once.
As soon as I report it, that'll be it. We'll be stuck here even longer.
Stuck here? What do you mean?
I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift.
They really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at.
Okay. In case you didn't notice it. I guess it's kind of at the edge of the screen. A person might not necessarily look there.
I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh, yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he's the great big contraption over there. Oh well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I can make money out of these in Japan. It would beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. Behind that door is a storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregory said. There. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Mr. Windibank, face down on the floor, with Gina beside him. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's a real scene of the crime. Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them.
New location, storeroom. th of April, in the bank storeroom. Poor Iris, she's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windibank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Huh.
Wait, Inspector!
What is it now, Sunshine?
You took one look at me and tried to run away.
Think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do ya? It just... well... Never seen a ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. Didn't know what to say to her.
So you weren't running away from me. You were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Don't but don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. mean, at least you're not dead, or are you?
I don't think that went very well.
Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine. I told you not to get under my feet.
And we have investigated you ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, early. And inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here?
You've got eyes, haven't you? Use them. That's what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Craigsy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. One and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside.
So, it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. What was that the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door and as humbly as possible.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor on the spice. Next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Guinea? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, end of the world.
She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No! Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now.
In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to this storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All which leaves her ladyship's friend something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding.
Well, of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Craigsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
The thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector. Please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it!
Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing that renders the whole body insensitive.
Whole body anesthetized? Is that even possible?
The operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness. Maybe after Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
Trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. Couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for me to nod off, or so I hear. Now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my.
Who knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch till he comes around again.
Really?
Well, when he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you.
No surprise. In matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way.
Let's look around. Have a little desk back here with some keys, bicycle, general stuff over here.
All these articles I have deposited. This room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. Bicycle, gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look.
Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together.
Something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here.
Or at least it would be if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Articles in the storeroom. This is the only thing that shows any signs of being ransacked.
What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh!
Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this...
Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he stole it. Without telling you. You must check inside the box at once. Yes. Huh. It was there. Iris's story was there. Really? It was. Oh, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited in here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it.
Really? That's not a very well hidden frown. Iris's manuscript has been entered into the court record. A long, unpublished story that Mr. Sholmes deposited at the pawnbrokery of the victim, Mr. Windibank. It is entitled The Hound of Baskervilles. We got a gun. This is a revolver. A real one.
Quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Rona look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we?
I'll have to take my own life.
It must be the same gun.
And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand.
Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired.
So, we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Okay, let's take a look at the blood. And police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line.
Oh, Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't fail to think.
This must be his blood then. I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action.
Blue. It's not his blood out there.
So, now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windibank's blood. And it doesn't match our analysis of the blood stain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway.
Blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. Anything else to see with this?
Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely.
Nothing else to say to you. Let's get a little closer look. Onto the Baskervilles.
Found the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry.
What else might be going on here? Alright, we can just kind of page through and see them. So this is the second of the two photographic prints of the cat, and it really does look like Wagahai. Looks exactly the same as the first photograph at first glance. I suppose that's what's so compelling. Actually, now we have both pictures, could have another go at viewing them as a stereoscopic image. I need to cross my eyes and try to get the two cats to merge in the middle of one of them.
Such a hard thing to do. Whoever thought of this in the first place must have spent a long time staring.
Oh wait, I need to look at the other side of it. Oh wait, there's blood on this.
Mr. Naruto, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here.
I have noticed.
Red smear, you mean?
Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Susato-san has picked up on that. Well, in that case,
yes, we need Iris.
We should show this to her before we forget. White cat photograph number 2's information has been updated in the court record. Guess I have to go somewhere where she's available to speak with. That's what it says. Agree undersigned. I, the undersigned, agree to legal representation by the lawyer hereunder in regard to the following incident. Defendant Gina Lestrade, alleged offense, murder of Baker Street pawnbroker, date of trial, 17th of April, 10 a.m. Attorney Loud, Yunosuke Naruhodo. Now let's head back to the main shop, and we should be able to show it to her from here, yeah. We had to walk out to this room to show you this, but look, oops, not like that. Present it like this. Look at this.
Oh, that looks like blood.
I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather.
Well, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me.
Purple?
Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Well, this particular stain of blood...
Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? You know whose blood this is?
Let's see. That's the one we found on the counter there. It was the one that Gina would have gotten for the coat, and she just kind of had it with her the whole time until she came back to turn it in after the guy died. There would probably be someone we have around. Leather gloves. Could be his. No one else really wears leather gloves, do they? She does, but she wasn't here. He didn't. Her gloves didn't have fingers, I don't think. Yes, I have an idea of whose blood it is. Just something grab when it was there. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction.
That's right, I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to?
Alright, I believe this is the blood of... Okay. Let's go with that then. Thrice-fired Mason?
You don't sound very sure of yourself, the way you trailed off there.
Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though.
The victim of the omnibus case. Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. That would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago.
Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time.
So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night.
Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I don't think that was his voice. I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I'll reach out to give the man a hand.
It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruto, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Nice, the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this.
Details of the pawnbroker's ticket for the coat have been updated. From the pawnbroker, the blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason's. Blood analysis data has also been updated. I don't think there's anything else to look at in here, is there? I check that back room. Oh, I can look at this again.
Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different.
I wonder what color my blood would turn out.
Actually, I don't want to know.
I suppose we'll go look somewhere else. Anything out on the street? No. We'll go home. Hey, how are you doing? No? How are you doing? 16th of April, local prison, cell 13.
Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Jenny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped.
Oh my! That really would not help us defend her.
Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Oh.
You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction.
Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms.
Well, in the same direction, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed.
Not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruto.
Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime.
Yes, come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie. Well.
Home? No. Waiting for something to happen. Did I miss something in here? I I checked this area. Maybe the storeroom I missed something. Hey there. You don't have anything new to say, do you? No. I looked at that. I looked at that. I looked at that. I looked at all this. This is all the same thing. Nothing else really stands out over here. Hey, check out all this blood I found. Any thoughts?
Inspector Gregson, can you give me your opinion about this, do you think?
We don't tend to share sunshine. All the general public.
Ugh. In that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea?
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much. You really hit the spot, your ladyship. You don't mind sharing that, then. Alright, whatever. Did you know there's blood on this ticket we found? No, you don't care. We don't need to do this whole animation thing every time. I guess that just, we don't show you anything ever again. Unless it's very clear that you must be shown. Suffer then. This is yours.
Oh, a manuscript.
Mr. Sholmes said he deposited it at Windibanks, and he had.
That's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can't publish it?
I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait till he's ready to tell you, I suppose.
Oh, maybe. It's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines.
Yes, maybe. I wish I could say that definitively isn't the reason, but I can't. What am I supposed to be doing here? Maybe I need to take a closer look at something? Is there even anything to look at? Not here. I don't think anyone needs my tea. I can look at these things and get some dialogue, but it's not going to progress the investigation. I've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already.
Hurley's desk is far worse, you know.
I'm sure if I try hard enough, I can make my desk my desk as messy as Mr. Sholmes.
I wonder.
You don't think I can?
Well, it takes a certain genius to reach that level of disorder, you know.
The path to true mess is long and arduous, it seems. Yeah, that's not, like, helpful. This really is Mr. Sholmes' faithful performing partner, then. There's Stradivar, the Strapiscar, the Strafararius. They're no good. It's gone.
The virtuoso's violin that he found in a pawnbroker's and managed to buy for next to nothing. I hope Harley gets well. I hope Harley gets well soon. I miss hearing his violin playing already. Oh, Iris, I'm sure he will. What am I looking for? I'm at a loss for where I'm meant to be going. What was in there? I didn't, like, miss something in here, did I? No, it's quite quiet. Nothing in particular is happening. Everything's still marked off because I looked at it. Hey, do you have something to say to me? No, you're not even here. What am I missing? Do I need to look at something closer? Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of his photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still. Perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. Small box, 10 shillings. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks a little like Quagahai. I thought the cats like to curl up inside under the Hitakotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different. Actually, now that we have both pictures, I could have another go at viewing them as a stereoscopic image. Is this, like, useful, or do I need to cross my eyes and get the two cats to merge in the middle as one? Thing to do. Whoever thought of this in the first place must have spent a long time staring. Maybe it did, but it comes out very blurry. Going. You are out of dialogue, and you don't seem to care about any objects I show you. You've looked at all the things in the room. As far as I can tell, at least. I must be missing, like, one little thing. You don't have anything new to say, do you? No? Would you like to just look at my objects? What do you make of all the blood we have? The way you can identify differences in people's blood like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris. I know I am. If Harley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists. And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, for sure. Even if I didn't intend to. Alright, we showed you this already, but what if we think about it again? Mind if I showed you this, Iris? It's just a boring old thing, really, but... Oh, I don't really like boring things. Well, Looks like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted by young Western children. I mean, who does like boring things? Nobody wants it to be shown something boring. Come to think of it, you're always introducing things with this is boring, but it's a bad habit. You should stop it. I'll be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know on my return. Poor Jenny. This is all my fault, really. But she'll be alright, won't she? In court tomorrow, I mean. I'll defend her with everything I've got. So, she'll be alright, won't she? I got bad at instilling confidence. Look at all my objects, please. Look at this. It's boring. I don't like it. Clearly, I'm... What am I missing? There's like scuffs on the floor. No one cares. Nobody cares about the scuffs on the floor. What am I missing? What am I supposed to be doing? Like, it has to be in one of these places. Do you need to be shown something? Did you know I had this? Okay, you did know I had this, but we could see more of it, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to see you drinking tea. This is why I didn't show you more things. You take too long on that animation. What am I missing here? Concentration slip. You might miss what people say. Just give me the basic information. Something in here that I need to see? I didn't notice his giant machine at the pawnbrokery. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. It's totally different without that enormous machine on it. Harley lives in an absolute mess all the time. He never notices when things go missing. Even Mr. Sholmes must have noticed that huge lump of metal is no longer there, surely. And he said he turned it in at the pawnbroker, but we didn't see it when we were over there. Could have been around that corner.
I should be looking for. What am I missing here? This is my room. It has nothing to do with the crime.
Oh, this looks like a telegram. It is, but you mustn't open it. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. Now then, let's see. No, what did I just say? You mustn't open it. Don't worry, I won't. With this special concoction I developed, I'll be able to see through the envelope without having to open it. No, that's not allowed either. Oh, but I'm sure it's something important. Oh, geniuses sure can be mischievous. That doesn't help. Nothing helps. What am I missing here? I must do something to make the game move along. What do I need to do? Like, surely it's something in here. Just enter every building and look around. Anybody here? No. The slow fade in on this room is odd. The rest of them aren't quite like that. This is what was well. Literally nothing to be done in that area. We were just here. I don't think I need to examine every object. We're also just here. What am I missing? Do I need to find the cat? Maybe I need to find the cat. The cat has been mentioned, it's been brought up, but perhaps it is around somewhere and I've missed it. I don't see it though. Has to be something in the shop, right? Looked at everything. I looked at everything. Talked to all these guys here. Looked at all the things. You. I've looked at all your things. Do I need to present you something? What? You want to look at this? Yes? Why? Why do you care about this? Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest. Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles.
Oh, fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And a matter, I don't suppose. Maybe any hint of my humble self in the tale this time?
Good question. I can't really remember.
I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just wait its publication with eager anticipation.
You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable.
You're looking to be arrested, Sunshine.
didn't mean it like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? That doesn't even help. That doesn't help me. Did you know I have this? You don't care. Oh, wait. Inspector, what do you make of this? Oh, whatever we hear then. Redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was at hand. Yes, this is the ticket for McGilded's overcoat. The one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to, No, that's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't, of course it isn't. I had never doubted you, your ladyship, but... So, what's this all about then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. Second one? It seems that Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Notardo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Once I found what you wanted. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat. You mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. Should insist on the lads taking it back to the yard and examine it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. Yes, I can see it written here. Small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. Could be an important clue. Well, yes. I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles, I will. I'll go barking. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. Some sauce from you, Sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh, yes, of course. Articles only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right, it's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. Wasting your time. Oh, dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. Can't possibly know which one might have been Gilded's. That's information not written in the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Oh, let's have a look around. Well, every clock goes off at once. Incredible. I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? Is that really the time? Do you think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon? Oh? Our trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runa? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. But really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we'd better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Let's get going. Kitty, don't scratch my chair. Don't do that. So very rude. 16th of April, 5:41 p.m. Locals prison, cell 13. Ah, Gina, good. You're back. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Jenny? Was it awful? That didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying, that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask you for your final decision. What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. Laurie's just so hard to bear. Oh, all right then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. And thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. Here, look at this. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, storeroom at Windibanks showed no signs of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. A
box file that housed this manuscript. Oh, yeah. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened? Please. Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story, it's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh, yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Jenny. How could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, was really there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris' sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But... I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Jenny. I just knew it. When I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced lies, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Windibanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, how sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth. That's all. I wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest. If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks. It's like I told you that before. Never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, although she can't see him. But I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy. You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful. You're so thoughtful and kind, Jenny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, go to rest, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense. Do you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how it works. So if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarpa.
I hadn't noticed until now. It's unmistakable. Right there, on both sleeves of that overcoat. Blood. There are some very suspicious red stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? It might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Guessing she won't agree to the court representation until we get through all this other stuff. Check out this blood. Those stains on the sleeve of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo. You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. Could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Jenny. I'm going to shoot. Purple. Ooh, it's everywhere. No wonder he wanted that coat gone. Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric is masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood's reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha! Yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Hi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. You were there. Were you not paying attention? Did she leave early? No, she was there till the end. Hi. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Miss McGilda's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now I ask is, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? Reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splatted over over McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I let that happen? Well, he's dead now anyway, so it's not that bad. Oh no. Did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilda was innocent?
For most of it. Up until it was too late to be done anything about.
I believed. Rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. I mean, Kazuma-sama.
Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have.
Unwavering belief.
Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly.
Does Ryunosuke wear that band on his other arm?
Like the wrong one? I guess it's possible it's not necessarily supposed to go on a specific arm, but it's definitely on his other arm.
What's funny, Gina? Of course. Sounds like in this Empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Hell, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into, believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped the murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let you down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. I leave no one get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants all now. I bet that's what he wants and all now, Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I let everybody up the garden patch, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruto, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. So, but why are you wailing?
didn't kill the guy, I'm sure. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Neruodo? Didn't you hear all what I said before? Not the one liar who just tripped off my tongue. And I'm a Davos, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it! Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? It's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. At least I'm not I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Anne's taking herself off at the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Stop flashing. Black screens in this game don't work. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Miss Susato? Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What the? Hello? They just mirrored the texture. It doesn't quite look right. Blimey, you're sharp, huh? Oh, you're this guy. I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth that I heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Craigsy! Dear me, I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Grief, listening in? No. I got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave, even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? Then I humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye, and bye. That's a lot of farewells. Not one of them appropriate for her ladyship.
No, but I wanted to have a chat.
I'm terribly sorry, but time's present at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court out with Sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well...
Emergency?
Lord Strongheart? Nothing, forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off.
Alright, Gregsy, if you have to. But let's chat soon.
Lighted and charmed, can't wait, if you please, my pleasure.
That's a lot of pleasantries.
Not one of them sounded sincere.
Gregsy's so funny. He says such silly things.
It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. And so, our investigation came to an end. Sasato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Sasato-san will be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. 16th of April, 11:13 p.m., Naruhodo Legal Consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Sasato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. On the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts raged in my head like a storm. And yet, I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task. It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. We've managed to establish this office. It's finally feeling as though we were settling in. I'd be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Sasato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience with the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets. And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. Yeah. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do these facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live.
That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh, no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow, Regina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Gilded case notes have been entered into the court record. Notes collated by Mrs. Sato about the McGilded case that we worked on 2 months ago. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. What was that? Secret technique of mine. The Sato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Sato-san. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. 17th of April, small hours, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. There's a great weight off my mind. Oh, precise. Okay. You're up and about. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. I'm not sure who this is. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, pleasure's been mine. I bid you a farewell and Godspeed. My dear madam. Be continued. Alright, let's save the game. Definitely going to carry on, but it might be good to just feed the cats now so I don't have to interrupt the trial. Yeah. Cats can be fed half an hour early. That's fine. I'm sure they will be thrilled. Let me just go and do that then. Feed the cats. And then I'll come back in here and we'll start up the trial.
Lollipop. Are you gonna get up and go eat it, or are you just gonna still sit here? I suppose it's not going anywhere, but still. He's my fluffy kitty. Alright. Let's get back to the game then. Let's start up this trial. When I woke the following morning, Sato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. "17th of April, 9:32 a.m., Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend, then? Sorry? You know, the fancy dress. Sato, how do we say it? I don't know. Miss Sato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You're alright with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. Sato-san, Mrs. Sato and I won't meet again one day. This is still good, right? Okay. Just double checking my microphone. Even so, but you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning to you two. It's you.
Good morning to you too. How you feeling, Jenny? She managed to sleep.
You brought the cat to the court.
Kitty. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? A friend is in need, we show her support. Isn't that right, Waggy?
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, Waggy!
Great way to show your support, kitty.
I'm having those around. What I'm gonna do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno? Jenny?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Always take the good news first. Might not live near the bad.
It's going to be like 30 seconds apart, it's fine.
Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Uh-huh.
Bad news. Was it weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on the way to the port.
Gosh, yes.
Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it?
I could give a monkeys, really. Only all good news canceled out the bad.
Look, this trial's made headlines too. This trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-poor splendor, see? Oh, you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I can. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry. We'll soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. Then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be discharged divers, dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Nuna? Yes. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? It's trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Today's paper's been entered into the court record. Right, I had to check that other thing also. This morning's paper, purchased by Iris, Gina's case featured prominently. Alright, so... Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. I had to look over these case notes. Let's see, case summary. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Details of victim. Name, Mason Milverton, male. Occupation, brickmaker. Domicile, East End of London. Trial summary. Defendant, Magnific Gilded. Prosecution attorney, Lord Barak von Zeeks. Defense attorney, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Not a whole lot of notes here. Today's paper. Alright, what we got here? Hamburger parishes and pick purse plunder. How awful. For Jenny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great. There's a sensational story lower down on the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mall, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly had her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's a question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. You're looking for a new career, Runa? No, of course not. I wonder... Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Details of today's paper have been updated. Contains article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh, yeah, Iris. Yes, Jenny? Well, I was wondering, is all, about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today. To prove Gina's innocent of this crime.
Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then. Yes. Let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Bruno. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that.
Of April, 10 a.m. Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. I don't think that was his voice. Prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready.
Lord Van Zieks? My lord. Mind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resumed, you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. And there are some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior. In what one might describe as your former life, 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government.
Really?
Today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. Confess, I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Dang, Miss McGilded. If I'd have known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him.
Secondly, even more loathsome. Those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, Nipponese. So you're just here to be racist.
What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Bruno. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? A torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zieks' eyes. Is that directed solely at me? Is he talking about all Japanese people?
Alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. You ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Three of these people have already been jurors. Is this that guy who escaped from Russia? Also this guy again. You're the only one we haven't seen anywhere, I think. Do you just have a very small pool of people? A lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Why are you blushing? Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His Lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. How could I have? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Emo-centric future awaits. Stop. Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. I feel like they maybe should have got a juror who speaks English. That would help.
Is something wrong, Rona? Oh, not exactly. It's just... fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time.
I think that's what she said. I hit the button a little early.
Don't they? But it's quite strange. These jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe. Something tells me I'm being duped.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks. Court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windbank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Do you have the bullet? Is it the one in the thing? Also, it's different colored blood, but those could be separate problems. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. So shot from below.
And what's that supposed to tell us?
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh! Prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Report prepared by Scotland Yard coroner that confirms instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. There are no other signs of trauma. Photograph also Murder in the storeroom shows a single bullet wound in the man's back. Now asks the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Oh, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that the grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy tramps that live in the slums on the East End. Well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands, honey. That's what she was waiting for. The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. I ran out of air. I did not take a deep enough breath. And Nifuni's friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. Prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse, or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. Crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record. Plan of Windibank's pawnbrokery. The scene of the crime. It shows the relative positions of the main shop and the rear storeroom. Right. Windibank's revolver has been entered in the court record. The gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno. I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on 16th of April of this year. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin, occupation is a baddie, professional baddie. Name's Wrinkle Skulkin, occupations same. Bonus Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the 3 Skulkin brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? Let's hold above. Lost contact with him we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night, we come across you. For a spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo?
Yes, now she is. The very spit of 'em.
No, we don't need that alarm. I've heard the cats already.
We decided then and there what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya. Big Bro Skulky. Come on, leave it out, you two.
Sulky Skulkin.
That's before he's run out of ships. Well then, Inspector Silky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand.
Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Thieves, are they? These three? Oh, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot.
2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence.
Indeed, my lord, while attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder.
Order!
Various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings. Though they will naturally face trial in the very near future.
With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector, skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Get out of it.
Witness testimony. Illegal entry.
We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the Gaff's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. Once we got inside and caught behind me Libby, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
You shot a man. Maybe not the man whose murder is the problem right now, but you did shoot someone. You shot Sholmes, which is bad.
Terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot.
A witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes.
What's the matter, Bruno? Sorry, I just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair on the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. Just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. He was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gas door was ajar, see.
Hold it!
Well, the front door of Winterbanks was ajar, you say. What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Skulky. How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, the old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. When these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? You had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? It wasn't a whim, I'm dead sure of that. It wasn't, Nash, it wasn't. Like we said at the time. They don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. No, there's not two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good lies, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looks just like our brother. I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. Once we got inside, caught blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, Prof? Firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. We went to see what was what, but the door. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked. But the door was locked from the inside.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? My learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation. Perhaps a drawing would help. Oh yeah, I didn't look at those closest. Yeah, I should do that. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there's only one other door. That is the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning. Not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. A curtain? Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, you're trying to rob it, Ringo. Well, nah, sure, but yeah. I suppose you have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans run into one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. Timid flee, gripped by fear, the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. A learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. Let me just check. No, you didn't. Let me look at my things. I didn't look at them closely. Okay, we have gun. Nothing particularly stand out to look at. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun to hand on a shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet. Only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night. The poor man lost his life. Is he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Doesn't look like there's anything else to look at on the gun. This is an image. Let's see, autopsy report. Details of victim. Coroner Dr. Stevens. Interesting, it's noted that. Details of victim. Name Pop Windibank, male. Occupation pawnbroker on Baker Street. Time of death 16th of April, 1 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Postmortem findings, single bullet wound in upper half of the victim's back, no other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy findings, instant death from postero-anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. That's all there is to look at.
Hold it!
Anyway, you shot a man. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was not, it was. Didn't he have time to pull me dukes out my loose lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say. That's right, Governor. Not that we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. I'll never even pull me dukes out of me loosey lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe... So you'd clearly like us to believe... Come again. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? Something just shut down. Some computer fans have been going and now they've stopped somewhere. Not mine. Uh-oh. And did you not fire a gun at that person? Oh, say it's alive. They fired a gun, you say? Oh, blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? It was. Why, the bleeding Lord. Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. I shot the great Mr. Sholmes. I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. Great Sholmes, that's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, the firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. Prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. Court will hold this weapon as evidence. The Skolden brothers' gun has been entered into the court record. Firearm found in the possession of the Skolden brothers upon their arrest. There are signs that a single round was fired. Now, my learned Nepalese friend.
Yes?
Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. And yes, the telltale sign was spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. The prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Sholmes was shot. He's in the hospital right now. You could ask, what's his name? Over there. Gregson. You could ask him.
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night.
Court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? This has pictures of this thing. I'm guessing that's where this would have come from.
Take that!
Look at this.
The evidence is in this portfolio.
What on earth have you there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains.
Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nepalese of you.
Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
You claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein.
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? What's this one?
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? My eyes do not deceive me. It appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes that this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Oh. Order. How does the prosecution stand? How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zieks? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery legally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You were gonna get into them details. Dale and Smokey, set the bloke straight. I had nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose these into their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. So that's it. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Ash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalogue, eh, fellows? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look.
He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh! That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device.
Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed.
Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, the respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
Oh, that's a bit of friar talk, eh, bro? Oh, Lady Luck loves a skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
It must have been just after 1, right, bro? Must have been Nash, yeah. Just gone 1.
In which case, minutes before these foreigners entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord! It's the defendant! It's Gina Lestrade! Yeah, that doesn't look good. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, a gun in the hand, facing the victim over a shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to a storeroom. Quite, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. A photograph of Gina has been entered into the court record. Photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene a short time before the murder took place.
I don't believe it. Jenny.
In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windibank. I say, my lord, who's this? Wonder if I might put a word in at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. A volley bullet to me in the Battle of Maiwand, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all, but decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, metal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you'd like. That wasn't his voice. And here I am now, leading the small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. We'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all, and all for one. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garrett Squadron's position, sir.
But no, it's too soon to make a judgment.
Status report for the courtmen on the double.
His Lordship insists on promptitude at all times. That goes for making decisions, too.
I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
We're very sorry for brothers. They're unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. And photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. Shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, all members of the jury ready. Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. Alright, what are you up to? Well, the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketeen.
As housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and righteously eliminated.
I think you'll find that if you look at this photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. What photograph? Do you have something? I've left it in there. If I've left it in there, I think there'll be repercussions by now.
Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict follow. Stop.
About the land, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. Storm locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, a fatal revolver,
firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Yeah, she definitely has her finger on the trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Scholes. Oh dear. Well, these cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to this situation that we have yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Is there more detail to this image? Doesn't look like it. Also, I guess I should look at this gun. It sure is a gun. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Harley, in fact, doesn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windibank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. The evidence clearly points at the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketing.
Hold it!
More specific?
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garrett, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this.
Oh, you're that lawyer chap. There's a turn up for the books. Yeah, it's rather a turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything.
Can't be denied, I suppose. Curse of the Garrett house was the talk of the town after that business. Rogers moved out and I couldn't get a bloody soul to take up the Tennessees.
Oh.
I had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough the old girl's clamped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot. Not for us, that's for dashed certain.
I suppose not.
Of course. Can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and list to juror number 2.
As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again.
Maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. Places full of beggars, pick-purses, and crossmen. Scum of the earth.
A little harsh, perhaps?
Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rance magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid. It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. Minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective.
Hold it!
I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. Afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry? Whether it was the thieves or the pickpurse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind isn't going to be easy. Oh no. It was one of those two brothers that shot Harley, wasn't it? Yes, without question. Well then, I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, do you think? Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print of... All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, I'm a fan of stereoscopes. Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. Never gets old seeing two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it is the height of modernity. Of course. Oh, yes, I think I'll find the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. Only if you give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. If I've left it in there, I think there will be repercussions by now.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Oh, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country are considered to be doctors, oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. See, I was operating on someone yesterday, a standard thing, went in through the abdomen. When I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. That's bad. Scalpels are, like, sharp. What did he... Surely not. Exactly, surely not. You save yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly. No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it, like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other's manslaughter. That's exactly my concern. Since this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Oh, I'm sure I made everything. No, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Hope that shows. Anyway, that has nothing to do with the case, really. Line made up. Stop. Global radio transmission numbers. Prefer to follow. Stop.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable from the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. Well informed, young lady. Cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up, radio transmission is radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. Can't understand it. Really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh. You have opinions.
Excuse me!
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do! Say that again, go on, I dare you! Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. These stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. Wishing to view photographs in 3 dimensions. On Earth, would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease Diana. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? They can find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, let's say a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs of a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Runo? Any friends we could look at with a stereoscope? We have the cats. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Unless we have something else? No.
Take that!
I was wrong. I can't actually think of anything we could use at all. You don't want the cats? I mean, there's this, but we only have the one angle. So what am I doing? Unless you mean the camera photograph taken from the other area. Perhaps. What? Really? Oh dear, I think I maybe need to have a stereoscopic look at your brain sometime. What's that supposed to mean? You're saying I have to go and do it again? Oh my god. Unless we need to pick up another thing later. Let's talk to this guy, see what he says. Motherland, we never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers witness.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not a villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. A revolutionary? I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. Look like a vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. You call me revolutionary, murderer, or autocrat. And which glove fits? But today, I'm visiting London for sightseeing. Would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. You're treated like a vicious criminal all the time. It's very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers who say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Oh, maybe they went inside a pawnbroker shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That's all I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Right, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Rana? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors. The trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. You two, are you?
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good Lord, counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement. Contradictory. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot my poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear? Abdomen. Sir. Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is what abdomen, part of a person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. This is what you mean? You should say it in plain English. I'm Russian, not native speaker. I thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. You said before, we never done anything. The truth is, we shot a detective. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. is wrong, especially when lies said by a person who looks like a criminal.
Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced.
This means they said we never took nothing, and maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true?
Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so...
Enough! There's no one now.
It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir.
I'll see with own eyes. Must investigate crime scene myself.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes, it is, Runo. Easy. Sorry? But the prints from Harley's red hand are recorded. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures Jenny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken off. Go away, Mr. Prosecutor.
The prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. Print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot, then? As far as I can tell,
Nothing has been taken. Looks like the lamp was broken.
that does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print.
So, the brothers who looked like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing.
It would seem so, yes.
Good.
No, not good!
You were right. I did not understood the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it's very important to continue with trial.
Yay! Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's the start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we might just turn the situation in our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Post-shooting photographs and entered into the court record. Cool.
Another print in the court record. Wonder if we can make use of that.
Like lies or many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict.
Okay, and we'll just skip through till we get to, what's his name, talking.
Actually, we don't have a name at all. So I guess there's no what's his name to be involved. There's just someone. Excitement, file, custody. And now you're mad, and now I have objects.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but okay, that's the same one for.
Let's just take a quick look. Yeah, we should be able to just... Mad. You're mad about saying stereoscopes aren't any good. How dare you? Goodness. You should just look at the real world.
We don't know. You can find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. Obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs of a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you've never even noticed before. What?
You got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright then, jar number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints?
Of course I can.
Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate.
Be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll analyze for you all. And I'll amaze you all, he says.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera and wind banks on the night in question.
Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. You know how stereographic images work. You understand the principle?
Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together in your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth.
Yes, exactly.
It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important.
So, what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then?
Oh no, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. Oh. Oh! Of course, now I see.
Oh, I think the young girl has discovered the secret.
I have! You uncross your eyes before you tell me. Have another look at these 2 pictures from Harley's camera, Runo. Go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them?
Of course there is. There were 2 people in the first and no people in the second.
Oh, yes, you can see that straight away. Now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions.
Ow. That's not working.
Alright, I'll give it a go. So, start with cross your eyes and then try to make the pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo?
I'm pretty sure you want to look at the lamp. that wasn't exactly apparent in doing any of that, but you know.
What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you.
Oh, that.
I did notice those were a bit easier to focus on, but I guess that's not what your problem was. Yes, that's it, you see. How many copies of this did you make? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes.
Other amazing power?
Is someone going to explain this black magic? Deuce to some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that. You can find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in positions of certain objects that lets you see the pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures. Considering that. I suppose they do look like that a bit.
And this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been.
Hold fire there, sir. A reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. Why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master.
What, me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Rono, it's quite simple. It is. Just think it through step by step. First photograph was taken at 1 a.m. And 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken.
Just got bumped a bit, I guess.
But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means... It means sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Sucrose. Someone tampered. No information. Stop. No mention in testimony so far. Stop.
Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom?
You are suggesting you might know.
Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift of items on the counter.
One of these two. The taller one seems more likely since he can reach them.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers.
Probably could have picked either and it would work. Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. The phrase book says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy lockets is meaning pockets. Is this another lie? Is this what you are saying?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Oh, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely.
Why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop.
giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. The accused of pick purse, common gutter trash. Will look any further for the wrongdoer here. Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse than a pick purse. They brought a gun, they shot a man. I believe these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the ground that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree, Stomp. Must purchase after trial, Stop. Or return home via Regent Street, Stop. Well, it seems trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion, with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. Two leaned guilty, 4 leaned not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way.
What?
You should hold on to this for now. You never know when it might come useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely? Alright. Stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Lord Van Zeeks. We will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord.
Great.
I've given myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. To be continued. What time is it? 10:43. Personally, I'd like to carry on a bit longer, but also I need to use the bathroom. I did not do that when I fed the cats earlier. So I think I will carry on at least for some more trial, but first I will be right back. Let's make sure it doesn't go long. Okay. Let's get back into the trial. Order, please. Let us resume normal proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Everything's set up properly. Now they're gone up, I'm cold. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did go, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. God, bloody! This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, nice it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me loose lockets. However, that was a lie. You were brothers. God blimey. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. No, I did nothing of the sort. How do you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes from your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Governor. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll preach. Illegal entry, the whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we won't rifle it for nothing. It was when we had the gunshot, see? It made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Well, you didn't have to give me a fright. I was thinking the shooter'd come out and get us the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered. Straight into him in the black. Straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? To admit to the defense's accusation, you did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. No, not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, nice. That's right. This is more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Alright. Well, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, We ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. I think you need a taller box. If I had, like, the transparency on these boxes off, which is an option, I'm pretty sure, you would be, like, hidden. Well said, Ringo, Bill China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of your lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Ah, well, that's rotten luck. As the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. Well, like we tidied the place up. Sorry. That's when we had the gunshot, see? It made us both jump and all that stuff and flying.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us as much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to keep his shirt on. Learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Plumbing me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big Rolfs was here, screamed like a blooming baby, and fell on the counter. Fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. I got tangled up in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. Oh, racket! My granny would have been scared back into a grave at a clatter like that. So, in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and that's all of a sudden, BAM!
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. Wouldn't even bother to mention it, only. Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved, you ignore the little details. I'll let you just tell us what's on your mind. We brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. The statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep, it's all coming back to me now. And speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Yeah, right where you are, Cub. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
Fascinating. So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did go, we did. Oh, I suppose if you're being honest, we had kind of a wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Kind of thing. Career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. The voice you heard was that of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Oh, McCready's life, of course it was. Miss Granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice. So that would be what? What, Nash? What? The daddy ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Oh, no, we didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny when that bloke in the fancy cop was giving us the evil eye? Oh. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On Granny's life it is. On his Granny's life it must be. It's a good job his Granny's dead. Summarize them. Immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Yeah, make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, the bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so we should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, I bet that was a sight, eh? The two of them waving guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before we shouted out, we had the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver on the shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. Not someone being himself, of course. Good grief. Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he suddenly sounded like he was about to pull the trigger. He was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. That he wishes straight squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It's more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! Bam! That kind of thing. Yeah, it's a career in acting, very tragically missed. We heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying out the place up. Only it didn't give me a fright. I was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Cobb, it was, from the inside. Alright, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like the window. Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. Still cutting our teeth in this game, see, but one day we'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. As we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with the gun in her hand. To confirm, it would be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom. That's right, guys, that's right. Couldn't have even if we wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the black.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up.
If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand.
Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank.
Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
Mental no maid, miss. For that, we laid it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah.
Listen, that proves it, doesn't it? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
I'm probably doing just the worst British accent one may ever hear.
Why should we believe that?
What? Well, cause it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused, who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these 2 witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windibank. Correct? You got it, mister. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. Really true, I wonder. Oh, my mouse has been on the screen. That's the full extent of their testimony.
What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. Something more than a feeling, though, but I have no proof to support it.
Well, feelings can be very logical at times.
Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You could take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you describe. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. You're saying he was holding a gun. There was only the one gun. Not sure if showing them the one gun is going to help. I don't have anything else indicating it. There's one gun.
Objection!
One of them. Not that. There's clearly something odd about that last statement made by the witness. There's clearly something odd here indeed. Your behavior, counsel. Oh, please don't mind me. It would be significantly easier if you would lower your hand. I won't lower my hand until I prove my client's innocence. As long as it's quite quick.
Hold it!
You're saying Mr. Windbank had a gun. Yeah, wild. If you don't want to get shot. It was directly after those words you heard the gunshot, almost at the same time. And acting tragically missed. Maybe the photograph? She's not the only gun. There's no more gun over there. Why do I have this?
You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see.
And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions.
The important thing to get right is the position of the 2 prints.
I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Oh, look at that! It's totally changed shape just from one little button press.
Well, that's what the button's for, Bruno. Just like Harley, you always love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what to do.
Us boys, this is the 10-year-old girl.
Anyway, you can see now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you?
I don't think this helps me. It's open now. he doesn't have a gun.
Objection!
There we go. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? I say, go, you got the picture. Yeah, Nash, yes, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken at a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. No geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Can't prove it's a significantly short enough time between them. Oh, and then they're showing jump at the front. He got shot in the back. Look.
Objection!
So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it. Go, you got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. I'll bake something later. For what? Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that mole Tuller used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, Counselor? You intrigue me, my learned friend. Let's see some evidence to support your claim. There's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments. Is the picture I just showed you not good enough? Do you want, like, the autopsy report? Bullet wound from the back. How about that?
Take that!
Okay. According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if the testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Oh. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. But it's the God's honest truth. It is. Where you were shot, was that? When he was shot that night? The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nasham. Order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to. It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replace the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? So sorry, Governor. Truth is, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. Good blab now, you know what'll do to us. What are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you. Oh, come on, the game's up. But it'll have hot guts for goddess. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well,
do we have to? On pain of death. Suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Witness testimony. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and flew at us like he was possessed. Thought we'd had it. One old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through the door and to the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yes. Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing but hide. Clearly someone wanted you to keep quiet, and you're not exactly telling us the details on that particular arrangement. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Right, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Hold it!
I don't think my accents are consistent. And when you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and the proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank. Sorry, I mean, that's right. He was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. We never thought Noah was gonna come out of the back room like that. Back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom. Yeah, that must have been where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Jenny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What? The mule Tula? Couldn't tell you. No way, Gobbler. We have bigger fish to fry then. I wonder if we have any apples left, actually. An apple cobbler sounds nice. Maybe an apple crisp. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed. Then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. Oops,
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony, in your previous testimony too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windibank wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey, lummy, a great ugly barrel he had pointed straight at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at that time. Is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. And all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know what was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like I said, I thought we'd had it. I mean... But old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Hold it!
His Probably when everything fell down.
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too.
Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. I got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked over them scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter.
Well, Big Rovia went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. And the old geezer pinned him. He didn't, actually did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have... If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like... I can speak. And if you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim.
That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Oh, Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank?
No, never. I was just, you know. Looking out for me brother and I. It was been flattened, don't forget.
Like a man whose shop was being burgled, yes.
And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away and ran off through that door and shut himself in.
There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom. What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Jenny was in there waiting for him with a gun. I mean, she very distinctly wouldn't have had the gun if he had it.
Yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again?
I have no idea. Well, that is strange, isn't it?
This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and me brother. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me brother. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it.
Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. You know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, is Gina Lestrade. Ah. It indeed appears so. Say you did that, Counsel.
I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank?
There's a big window in there. They did show signs of one bullet being fired, but I'm not sure how detailed their gun checking ability is, and if they could tell if they just put a new bullet in after that. I don't know if they have that ability. Mr. and Mr. Silken. What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did. What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums.
Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe?
Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Runo?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Right outside the door. There's a window in it. No one ever wants to bring it up. Everyone wants to ignore that there's just a window in that door.
Take that!
And the defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? It's right in here.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Yeah. Hopefully there's maybe a break soon. I feel like I am not speaking well. Just generally. Yeah.
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Oh man, Charlie was running as fast as he could to safety.
Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would have still entered his body at an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily so much shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock?
But there was another person in there. We still haven't accounted for whatever the hell she was doing during all this. What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door.
Is that so?
Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court.
In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. Or suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room.
People were shooting guns. You would like to not be shot by a gun, thank you.
For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck.
I am inclined to agree, I must say, fellow counsel. Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does?
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, that's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom.
Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment?
Oh, I see where you're going with this.
Outside the storeroom was a truly terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
Hello?
But we ain't the ones who done it.
Wait, Gov, wait, you can't believe us, come on. We never should no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Where does this leave us? I mean to say, it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all. I should have known it was those three brothers, like a shade as a dense forest. It was amazing, Aruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely we'll have to give a verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find this situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. It's a different word. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. The discharged bullet from the gun. I did think about that. That does seem to be a concern. It must have gone somewhere. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? Say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick to whatever it is to the troops on the ground, hmm? The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. George, count bullets?
Oh dear. He noticed then.
Uh-huh. What's everyone talking about? Council. Oh yeah, also the fact that you need to have another one, but I sort of covered that with maybe you can just reload the gun and they don't know how to check how many times you fired it without otherwise just looking at the ammo. Unclear. I don't know how that works.
Yes, sir.
Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime.
Two bullets.
Correct. First, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed, the defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident.
The revolver belonged to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. Very different looking. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend, you yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness, I think you'll find. If the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Windibank not shot by same gun, stop. Only one bullet, stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nippon straight performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Order! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Seeks. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present.
That desk.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine.
Sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc.
Very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. With none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. As a grim testament to the defendant. Lord Van Seeks, I am.
Inspector Gregson, what?
Yes, Inspector. At that meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and
I think it was agreed that that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? He's the inspector acting strangely. It's the first time he said anything to Van Zieks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Music box disc has been entered into the court record. The metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. On the reverse side is a note that reads, "For McGilded." The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes.
Oh dear. Wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno.
My lord! Who's this? Oh, yeah. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up till now, if truth be told. But all of a sudden, the answer's bally obvious to me and my men, and there's only one thing for it. Oh, no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that. Hurley. How dare he use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Didn't even have to ask. He's just like, I know you're going to do this again. This is, you always do this. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Carrot Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will get to explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. It's a rogue, always a rogue, I say. To breed to us law-abiding citizens.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
You
accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I'm a ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns. Cool. Seemed there was little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forth by the chap in black. When that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris. That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jenny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. That's enough preamble. Counselor, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. Defense's rebuttal. It's a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Breed was law-abiding citizens.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder? Is that what you're saying? Well, are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? Beg your pardon? You're mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world. No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Oh, yes. I have a point there, I suppose. Let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe at that only a day earlier, or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
Never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe.
Still don't know what tune it plays, though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
Gilded disc. Give me a clue somehow. Perhaps we should examine in more detail. Yes, I'll do that. Give me just a second. I mean, we've obviously got blood. Look at all that blood.
Oh, Bruno, look! This is blood!
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
It's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
A flash!
Green.
Ooh, a lovely bright shade again.
It's the same as the one we think might be Herlock. Wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. Can you read this?
Oh, McGilded. That's a man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Bruno?
Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended.
I wonder what his name's doing on the back of this disc.
That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. No, you're not gonna open it up. It's like clearly overlapping some of these holes, but I can't see it from this side. Green. Only 2 bullets were found at the scene. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say that the whole case is done and dusted.
Hold it!
Is the number of bullets? It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asked me how many are invited for dinner, I was telling her to count the table settings. Oh, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, clock and desk were missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Would that be possible? I wouldn't say it's impossible, but we certainly can't prove it right now. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office. Well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me.
A 3rd bullet.
It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it?
I think we might find one lying around somewhere.
Guessing the doctor will be like, oh, bullets get stuck in people sometimes. And then we'll be like, how about Holmes? How's he doing? Did he have a bullet in? Just still there? Or did it go all the way through? We don't know. Not a lot of detail on that situation. We don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
Hold it!
So, if I've understood correctly, we need 2 pictures. Left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly! And you can see the scene in 3 dimensions, like this. So, if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'll find, no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. Going to change this man's mind anytime soon. I'd never imagined that a simple operation would cause me such grief.
Hold it!
I'm still quite distracted. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't I'd really say that's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Uh-huh. I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet simply vanished from his stomach. Quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time. You were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Herlock... No, Herlock... No, Hairlock. Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes. That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It's a fairly large op, I can tell. A fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. You see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened it up like a shot. The funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb. Couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but this is... Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. Counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, exited his body, and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. How would it have gotten up there? I guess if the short one had it, then that might be a reasonable angle, but... I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Huh, who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What's it? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still inside the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Somebody please explain how it happened. Can somebody please solve this mystery? It's almost as much as a mystery as how this jury was put together. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one?
Hold it!
Mr. Sholmes' surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. But there's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot. Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, Doctor? Oh, that's not his voice. That's not her voice. How bad were his injuries, Doctor? It was in a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. And I suspect he was shot at quite close range, too. Because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry. Who is texting me? A spam, it looks like. Burnt. As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back. There was no sign of an exit wound. Which is why I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient. Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need somebody to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. Only there was if there were some expert in ballistics who could help, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy. Just like, hammer that point home. Gotta hit him against the other guy. So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
Hold it!
I don't think that was your voice.
What do you mean you're in for a busy day?
I have to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I'm a communications officer, stop.
A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams?
Everything from personal matters written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I can write all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically.
To the entire world?
Thousands of miles of cable under the sea stop. Worldwide communication network stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe stop.
Yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she?
I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices.
I see.
I'm sure I still have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine.
Let's just finish the trial first, shall we?
I'm a ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
There's Snowy, just a visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert?
No. I have much experience with guns.
Ah,
I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme and violent bath of, blood of,
extreme violent blood baths, perhaps.
ah, those extreme violent blood blasts. Whatever. English is a very difficult tongue.
Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue.
Anyway, if you have a question about bullets and guns, ask me. There's nothing I do not know, or no mystery I cannot solve.
He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure.
But possible, please, only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Von Zeeks has managed to convince everyone. We have eliminated the impossible, he said. But he hasn't. We're going to fight back. We need more material. And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other.
Ooh, ballistics expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T.
On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall in of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Velen. Pleased to meet you.
This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, it was blizzard. I was running away along Mountain Road in freezing cold. Holy. Snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous.
My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental notes, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. The situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. I could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit a frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
A small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, a piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that didn't answer the question at all. The shooting happens in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but might we not be looking at exactly the same scenario here? But we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Oh no. What exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely why he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. That's why he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may.
Lord Van Zeeks?
Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom.
Sorry?
Fell on the ground. As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Oh, thank goodness! Thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Well, while extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand that the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes's pouch. Let's see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? You can see the blue one's all broken. Looks like a scorch mark, maybe.
Look at that. One of the files is broken, and the leather around is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded?
So, that night, a bullet from the Skulkin Brothers gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
It was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate a victim, but was deflected into a wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. Yeah, this didn't, help. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. Bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much.
Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Scholz's pouch has been entered into the court record. The pouch Mr. Scholz was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting. One of the glass files is smashed, and there are scorch marks around it. Now, let's make an examination. First, look at the evidence. Hello? Did I just see... Is that a bullet?
It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken. Oh, the strap's broken, look.
This must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
What the iris, look! Behind where the broken file was, do you see it?
That's Skulkin Brothers' bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night.
We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
It's time to press that juror again, I think. 3rd bullet has been entered into the court record. A projectile we discovered lodged in Mr. Scholz's pouch. It caused one of the files to explode, injuring Mr. Scholz. Kinda reddish over here. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
Okay, nothing much to say about it. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion,
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence.
Could be a valuable clue. You can't afford to overlook anything here, Dunosuke.
There's still a way to turn this around somehow. I'm sure of it.
I found something for you. I need to press and then I can... And then there was a thing at the end. Hold on. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired. Only 2 bullets were fired, and 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Hello. Yes. Sometimes after dining, crockery does come missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. That'd be possible. Allow me to show you then.
the third bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery Nipponi's conjurer? Where did you find that bullet?
It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
What?
You guys didn't check that over very well, probably because you figured it wasn't terribly relevant. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say? Shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night.
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. I already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Ah,
2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonged to the Skulkin brothers.
An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
But that must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment.
Order! While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case the defendant has been built. The case against the defendant. Upon which the case against the defendant has been built. I see. I said, didn't parse that properly. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. My Jupiter!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Witnesses. Kovna! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. The 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make a big of it. Don't make nothing of what. If I can help it.
Is it one of yours?
Blimey, no chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky.
Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
That's a head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard, all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They were talking about a person who would get them in trouble for saying too much. And that did not seem to be the prosecution. I'm assuming it's that weird guy who showed up earlier for no clear reason. It's like, how dare you take my coat? It's like, not your coat. Not really her coat either, but it's more her coat than yours, at least. On that night at Windibank's pawnbrokery, brothers must have been working with a third man. Witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pigswill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there's been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. You didn't even drink that. You poured it and you swirled it around and then you crushed it. Ah! Yeah, buddy, evidence is important. We can pull up previous things said, but not sure how helpful that is. Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying. I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is an individual. I mean, this guy's suspicious, but we don't really have anything attaching him to this. Not very solidly, at the very least. We got the blood. Wait, when did that get there? Wait a minute. I have an idea. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting.
I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Blue, that guy. We have this mystery stuff here.
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio.
Show that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? Appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a blood stain, my lord.
Blood stain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature?
It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
By the great detective! No invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop.
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fog sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood.
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop.
As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Oh, a striking blue.
Yes, so you see the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed.
By golly!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot was shot on the same day.
And whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity? The court is still waiting to hear. Can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? This random guy.
Take that!
This weird freak who showed up one time.
The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? What on earth are you talking about, Counsel?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place.
When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force.
Broker! Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Oh, that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. Needless to say. Any music box discs, too.
Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Take it from one of his red-handed recorder sharpeners. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice. Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? I've never seen the geezer before in my life. On me life, God, on me life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nepalese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that clean-cut. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman is in the photographs is the filthy criminal you say he is. Tripping all over my words. Please get to a save point soon. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. Now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Should just be this here. Grabbing it very roughly, pricked his finger on those very sharp pieces. Proof is right here in this portfolio. Good gracious, counsel, does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nepalese friend, but enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? This one.
Take that!
Look at it. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks, which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. I was following this that a minor incident occurred. Of course, sir. Here's the disc for you. Very well. And I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. Oh, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's fingers to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, blood stain is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the blood stain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say! It's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. Was that 5? Who knows? The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. There was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. What are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It certainly seems that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. Protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. God of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color.
Well...
And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? So Mr. Sholmes can caution a little further. Oh no, I mean, he's a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
Really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd prickis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Not guilty.
Well, we still have a majority. Two called guilty, 4 called not guilty.
Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection!
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, and they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. Sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name the gentleman gave for himself, Hagrid Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove that man was there that night.
Could I say something? Who is this? What was that? Please? Who spoke?
It was me, my lord. Juror number 5.
What have you to say, madame?
If possible, Inspector.
Me, ma'am?
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Ah, right, yes, this one you mean? Of Mr. Benedict.
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What?
No. Gracious! Order! Juror number 5, how on earth?
I'm a communications officer, stop. As we can clearly see. The gentleman in the photograph is, stop. Also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. Very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping away on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right, somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. Suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. Suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
The gentleman in, is it London's communication station? We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zieks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. Please, stop and save the game. Court will recess for 1 hour. When a new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Thank goodness. It's late now. It's late now. It's almost 1 o'clock. I suppose I shouldn't have carried on at that prior point. I didn't think it'd take that long, though. Goodness.
Well, anyway, that's that.
we'll get back to this on Friday. Wednesday, we shall be continuing with, Ni no Kuni, I suppose. I think that's about it. Been going for like 6 hours. That's so many hours. That's good, I think. Yes, more Ace Attorney will be on Friday. That's all. Have a nice day. Goodbye.